Yo, I had to launch the game a little early, so yeah. Sorry. Let me see. I think we're good. Okay, let's go. Holy fuck. Oh, good. I can loot a bit in Severny and then move to the next fucking circle. I kinda wanna play beach and rocks. It's really good with a car. Oh, that's a nice upgrade. Could use some flash shaders and compensator. Suppressor is okay. That's better. I'm 4. Okay. Let's steam up. Still an early zone, so I can stay in. No. I'm gonna go one shot. Ace. Yeah, I guess I take an ace. Just maxed out, so let's go. And it's the rocks. Nice. Do I go in with a boat? Just to save some healing. I'm good on healing. I'm a bit low on like painkillers and shit, but Oh yeah, I have a silence. Which is not bad. I mean, I prefer a compensator, but... Ah, if you could just fucking make that jump. Nice. Did he see me? I don't think he saw me. Oh, he did. Ah, you don't get that shot. Fucking like auto sniper rifle are so fucking annoying, man. Kinda wish they were not in the game. They're just too strong, like. They're just too fucking strong. Wait, I hit him twice and I only did fucking 78 damage? Damn. With a fucking sniper rifle? That's the MP5 map. So I'm picking up like SMG shit because the MP5 is I actually like it. I don't know if it's good, but I personally like it. Fucking mini though. I actually don't like that sniper. Oh, ace. Boom, I don't have I need a scope though. Okay, some shooting. Oh, it's a tier 2. It's a time 2, sorry. Tier 2. I'm gonna check those bounds and go. Time 4, that's better, but that's not enough. That, okay. Oh. Ammo. Honestly, I'm gonna go in for this game. If I only get a mini, fuck it. I go heavy stock. Yeah, let's go heavy stock. Let's give up the MP5 dream. With the fucking thumb grip, like the ADS speed is enough. Oh no, flashlight I don't need. That I'm taking. Times 6, that's good. How is the damage for that? It's actually not that good. It's just spammy, I guess. Fucking quiver. Let's go. We get a crossbow, it's a crossbow game. Oh, there is a drop weapon already. The light stock allows you to fucking scope faster, but like, yeah. I don't know what's better. If it's light stock with, I only have bandages, man. How many Molotov is there? One. Where am I going? I guess I can go there. It's far enough. Because the fucking diagonal was like, yeah, it was that. I guess this is far enough. It's far enough and late enough in the drop that people don't generally go towards those spots. So it's free loot. It's just free loot. Okay, I'm taking that. I guess we give up on playing sniper rifle. A Nog. Do I want a Nog? Let's give up the molly too. I'm gonna take that just in case. If I get a better rifle. Oh, and now I have Dragunov and MP5. I'm gonna steam up. I have enough steam for the end game. I kinda wanna go Dragunov now. Let's see. Yeah, the damage is way better. The stability is shit. And the range is way better too. Yeah, the mini is really dog shit though. Can't get it in. Okay, 3 bandages. I'm okay with that trade. Ah, fuck me. I mean, I got an ace. I could go. Yeah, let's go back to 762. Let's go Dragunov. Fuck it. Now that I have the cheekbone, I'm just gonna need some ammo, but I should be able to find some. Wait, it's only 18 bullets with an extended. That's not a lot. I have to go near a fucking... I actually don't have a lot of bullets. But fuck it. I think I'm gonna swap. And we're good in bullets. Let's go up this. See if there's something. No. Let's go up there. What's annoying with that spot is that it's like in the middle of both fucking trolley shit. Ah, fuck. I have smokes, I have nades, I have a lot of steam this game. I don't have a lot of first aid, but I have a lot of bandages. Compensate. I don't play a lot with the Dragonov, so I don't know. I think I'm gonna steal the flashlight on it though. I'm in a good spot overall. The shrink. I'm not in a good spot anymore. Now that I look at that shrink. It's gonna be a lot of fighting on that fucking hill. I'm gonna go from the further away from the drop. Angle. I'm not gonna use that shit, it's a fucking death trap. If there's someone on the opposite side, you have so much to look for, like... There's someone waiting, you're basically dead. I can't stay in the blue zone a lot, because I don't have a lot of first aid kit. Bandages are, like, generally annoying. They take a lot of time for little of life. There is a car in front of me. I don't know if he saw me. If I could get a vehicle, it would be nice. Gonna go into that barn, it's on my way. See if I can loot some more shit. Like a compensator for a weapon. Or some first aid. Let's get up. No. What's in there? Nothing. Let's go. I have a good gear. Like, it's just this time I have a lot of boosts. Not a lot of heal. Oh, and a fucking car. And now my bandages are actually good because you can use them while moving. The section trick is good for where I plan to go, which is not that rock. It's a shitty car, so I have to focus on my driving. Nobody. Oh wow, there's a lot of shit. Bye bye the bandages. What? I'm gonna give up the smokes. One smoke should be enough. Oh, fuck me. I was looting a curator. I have everything. Why do I spend so much time looting? I mean, ah, yeah, that's my bad. I should have healed and just give up. Like, I had my gear. I had my fucking gear, and for once, my full goes right. Like, my full goes well. But generally, my fucking fulls are awful. Like, they are disgusting. All my bullets going to space and shit, but this time I got him. The fucking Korean map. Actually, not a big fan of that map. Especially the endings. I feel like the endings on these maps are like pretty awful. But yeah, sometimes you have good ones. I don't know. The fucking weapons on this map suck. I feel like the vector is a little too rare. And the fucking, what is the K2 or some shit? I don't really like it. I'd rather play with an AUG. Or an M416. I'm gonna go across that river. Just because I'm gonna have, if the zone is there, then I have to cross two fucking rivers. That's also. This is a trekking, swimming, biking simulator. This is not a battle royale. The only thing that's cool about that map is those fucking barns type shit. They're really nice to loot. I need a fucking bag though. There it is. I have a good gear. A barrel. Love the barrel. And where is it? Oh, it's only one river. Sad. Let's put that there. Let's put that on. Let's take the fucking gun, the pan, big. I'm full tier 2. I even have a current sight, so now I can get more bullets. Get a pistol in case. Gas can, I don't give a fuck. That's annoying because that zone is literally like fucking touching the drop. So a lot of people, and it's pretty early in the drop, so a lot of people might have gone like Songham or Osan prison. That's why we're gonna go up very fast. Across the river, it's not that deep, I shouldn't drown. Shouldn't drown the fucking buggy. Yeah. Maybe I need the gas. I should have a gas can. Buggy is pretty fast. It's pretty good at like off-road and shit. I should avoid that fucking place. I'm gonna go south. Wait. Yeah. Wait, that's a fucking farmhouse. I didn't know there was a farmhouse in this game. Oh yeah, there is in the practice, I think. The practice shit. I didn't know it was on the map. It's weird that it's on a Korean map. Maybe it's like in a drop or some shit. Someone got the drop. Oh, the fucking swamp. I hope it doesn't end there. Ah, you know what? It's been a while, maybe. Looting. Um, Vector. Let's go, Vector. I don't give a fuck. Ooh, extended quick door. Just need a compensator and I'm Gucci. It's a quick draw. That's a times 6. That's very good. Do I want a silencer? I guess. I guess I'm gonna keep both. I just need a compensator now. Nade. Where's the shrink? Yeah, it's gonna end on the swamp. And that's my compensator. Cheek pad. I mean, I'm good. I'm fucking good, man. What else do I need? I have healing, I have steam. I have to go. I have to get a good spot. Oh, good. I have a good scope on both of my weapons. The only annoying thing about the Vector is that you can't put a thumb grip. Wait. That's probably the only annoying thing. Because if you could put the fucking thumb grip, then you can go heavy stock on it and like... it would be such an amazing weapon. I don't like that spot because like everything else can shoot at you. Guess I'm just gonna walk until I get in those fucking rocks. Can I fight that from here? I don't think so. Yeah, and it's where I'm gonna steam up. Get that shit. Let's go. Just get in those rocks. Honestly, I should swim. That's a bad idea. But I'm doing it. I don't give a fuck. That's a bad idea. 50 seconds for the zone. Honestly, I should have taken the boat and stayed in the water away from the shore. And then just come back now. Because it's gonna end. Yeah, it's not gonna end in the swamp, but it's gonna end at like Ocean's prison. Ocean prison. Like. I mean, I'm safe in the water. Like the shrink is in the water, so I don't have to be on land for now. I'm gonna rat on the coast. Try to get some good shots. Yeah, you can't do anything in the water. It's weird, like. You should be able, if you don't move, to drink. Like, to open a fucking can and just drink it. I feel like that's something they should do. Like, if you are in a situation where it's harder to drink or some shit, like while you are driving, instead of when you are like stopped, they should um, they should make the timing for it longer, but they should allow you to do it. I feel like that's annoying. I have a good spot to go up, so I'm just gonna rat here and wait for the next shrink. Yeah, we have to go through the prison, which is not ideal at all. I'm gonna go with the Vector. There's a lot of shooting. Yeah, like, it's crazy how people are good at fooling with their weapons. Like, if I fool at that range, I promise you, all my bullets are in space. But that guy just fools me and he just tracks me, like, for free, you know? And he's holding that angle too. Like, the guy is holding a push from literally the fucking sea. Like, I don't know, man. It's always weird when that shit happen. Like, you're like, how are you playing? Like, what's your logical reasoning for like holding that angle, right? Because I'm way too far for him to hear me or anything. Like, let's open that shit. Wow. 10 scraps have been acquired. What can you do with those fucking scraps? Oh, you can buy skin. Oh, you can buy coupons. Wait, you can buy 10 for 2? So I can buy a crate now. What the fuck is that? Some fucking whalers AKs. Sniper rifle and shit. Wow. I never used the M16 A4. I kinda wanna buy a hunter box. I have a key. I have 2 keys. Let's buy that shit. Up. Let's open it. Oh wow. Fucking basketball set. um, oh what? What the fuck happened? Oh, it's a maintenance. Fuck yeah, I saw it yesterday. I was like, oh, tomorrow there is a maintenance. Fuck me, I guess. Well, I was like debating queuing again and shit. And I don't have my Vanguard on because when I launch my PC it like bugged. So no Valorant unless I'm restarting. So I don't know. Kinda wanna what could I do? PoE. PoE I guess. There has been some new quality of life update shit. I go for I don't know man. Crusader King or Stellaris or some shit like that, some cheat shit. I can't fucking play CS. It's gonna fucking melt my PC. Like, CS2 is so fucking bad, man. Like, fucking CSGO used to be able to run on anything. Like, you could run it on a fucking toaster. But fucking CS2 is like, holy fuck, man. It's fucking crazy. Like, I don't remember. I think I had my PC in 2019 or 2020. I don't remember when I built it, but it's pretty good. Like I run everything pretty smooth. Like and like you're like fucking what 4 year later, and the game just you have like half of the games are like you can't run anything. Like, especially if you stream like. That's why I have to stream in 720 because otherwise, like, I can't stream any of the fucking games I want. If you want to, like, have good FPS in games, like at least 60 and preferably 144, like, if that's what you want to have in games, like, you need a fucking beast of a PC or a really new one, like. So yeah, I'm kinda like considering setting some money aside. I am setting some money aside for a new PC, for an upgrade, and for like upgrading the stream, getting a fucking face cam and shit. Anyways, I'm gonna check if there's something I could react to. There's some good Valorant content. Oh, there is the new plat chat 2 hours ago. We could watch that. We could just watch that shit. But do I go into Valorant or do I go into fucking just chatting? I don't know. I also want to go eat something. Maybe I should just take a break and figure out what I'm gonna do. Because I don't know how long that fucking update is gonna take. Kinda wanna still... I still wanna play PUBG. Uh, yeah, let's see. I guess we're watching fucking Bloodshot. I need to change my fucking category. Um, is there a just chatting on YouTube? Or a discussion or some shit? No. Oh, you have to put the video game. Well, I guess I'm going into the Valorant shit. Do I go in Valorant or do I go in just chatting? For Twitch. I guess it's just chatting, but it's about Valorant, so I guess both are okay. Yeah, with the awesome I'm not in the mood for Valorant title. Let's go in the Valorant section. Um, is it good? It should be. Is the sound good? Is the sound good?
Valorant episode 170. We're at you live from Madrid. At least 3 of us are. I mean, that's why Mimi and Bren's cameras are so bad. I don't understand how you've got
1
things
second.
so poorly.
I think that
Valorant episode 170.
Oh
We're
no, it
at you
starts
live from
like that.
Madrid. At least
I
3
was
of us
like-
are. I mean, that's why Mimi and Bren's cameras are so bad. I don't understand how you've got things so poorly.
I think the CBD gummy is hitting Bren with that little face. He looks so happy in the content way, like the no thoughts way.
Hey everybody, can you play the metal pipe?
What?
That was
Don't
last week's
play them.
episode.
Yeah, we've already
Okay.
we've done that
Never
joke.
mind.
You can
Can't
go
do the
back and look at the
same
metal
bit.
pipe.
I would
Yeah, we've-
like the metal pipe at some point when I'm not expecting it, please. That's my request for this episode.
Do you
Alright,
have
maybe
other
if
silly
you're a good
sounds?
boy.
Are there any other silly sounds, Kurt? Like you know, like a clown nose, like that kind of
We
thing.
have
Maybe?
I haven't
Anything
pre-programmed
silly?
them. I have like fart noises with like really old predictions, like this. I don't remember what that was
Wow.
for.
That was all crew winning. I mean, when did we even predict that? That must have been so
was
early
it
on last year.
Champions 2021, perhaps.
That was an old one.
I don't know.
Incredibly old. Mimi, Bren, how are you settling into life in Madrid? You look jet lagged, Bren.
I'm ready for bed.
Okay.
If we
excellent.
could wrap this up sometime soon, that'd
Wrap
be good.
this up. We just began. We've only been live for 2 minutes.
I'm also ready to end the episode.
I got in
Okay.
after being told
Jesus.
today we were like, you get in at 2, do your wardrobe stuff for Madrid, and they were like, you're gonna rehearse at 5. We get to 5, we don't rehearse. They're like, okay, you're gonna rehearse at 6, you're gonna be needed, and then we get to 6, and it's like, we're not quite ready for you. You can go. And so I went back to the hotel, and Alice was here, and Alice had the lights all off, and she was sleeping, and I was like, "Ooh, that looks quite tempting. I think I'll sleep too." And
Well,
so
thank you
I
for not
just-
sleeping.
I did sleep. I just woke up.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay,
Yeah,
excellent.
so
excellent.
I'm in a bit of a. I'm ready for eat number
Amateurs.
2.
I'm surrounded by amateurs, Wyatt. Just
No,
get yourself
no,
over
no.
here for
Bren is
Lord's
not
sake.
an amateur. He's accepting the Spanish lifestyle of having a good
Oh,
work-life
thank you.
balance, working for 4 hours, complaining, and then taking a nap.
That's just immediately disrespectful to the
Holy
entire
fuck.
country that we're in right
no,
now.
I
So
think it's
we
fucking
started
awesome.
this.
I think it's fucking
Right.
awesome. Oh,
Right, okay,
goodbye,
and
money.
demonetized instantly as well. Well, thankfully, we actually have a sponsor for this episode. Otherwise, Mimi would have completely trolled our wallet. So, thank you, Mimi, for giving me the perfect segue into our sponsor for this episode, which is Into the AM, who are mostly graphic tee company, but they also do stuff that isn't graphic tees. Now, you might have noticed that we're all wearing tees for this, and they're all available at intotheam.com, and you can use intotheam.com/platchat or use the code platchat for 10% off, and they have some extra
Holy
bundles.
shit, 3 minutes of ad.
Before we even discuss any of that stuff, I feel like
Kill me.
have you seen all of the moves that have been happening this week?
This is
like
fucking
a
America,
bomb just
dude.
went off with all of the teams that went 0 and 2, or one, even the teams that went 1 and 2. They're making changes already. It's wild.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Life is cruel for some people. It really is. But here we are. Here we are. Changes must happen. Money needs to be made. Business needs to continue. The war machine needs to keep getting oiled.
Nice.
And that's-
Cloud9
that-
release
What?
Whippy.
Is this
Right, and what relevance does that have to Cloud9 releasing Whippy? The
It's
war
just-
machine must be
The
oiled.
military
know.
industrial complex. What does this
you
mean
know,
for
just
Whippy's future?
Capitalism just keeps on churning and it doesn't care who gets in the way.
Oh.
Next episode is going to be brought to you by
I love-
Northrop Grumman.
I love how Bren's saying all this. Look at his. Can you go to his full screen again? I mean, just this little head in a big world.
Do you think BlackRock would sponsor us next episode?
Okay.
All right, let me. So it's not just Whippy being released though. They're looking to also bench Jake, and
Right.
the report from Alejandro Gomez is that they're bringing in Rooney and Moose as the replacements for them. So bringing back their old IGL from last year, who they already have an IGL on the team. That's Vanity, and bringing in Moose, who hasn't played for quite a while, though. I mean, he looked decent like back when he did most recently play. Am I wrong in saying that he hasn't played in a while? Has he been playing in Tier 2 recently?
He played last season.
Yeah, he did. He was on Turtle Troop.
Oh, my
I
bad. Sorry,
think.
I've
I
forgotten all
believe
about
I'm-
that then.
I'm struggling to remember if I go back
Yeah,
in the history
YFP.
books.
Okay.
He was on YFP. He was on. I mean, I know he was playing
YFP
somewhere. He was
was
on. Oh, he
this
was on
year.
Shopify. He was on Moist Shopify. That's the team he was on last year.
Oh.
I think Moose is really good. I think that's a good pickup, to be honest. I think he's been.
Ban
a
is so
candidate for a
fucking
shot on
out.
the Tier 1 team for, or Tier 1. Pepe laugh, but like, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
like a partnership team, top team. I think he's been really good for literally forever, and has
Can I-
always just remained on that same kind of level of team.
Can I wind it back though a little bit? Do we think that Cloud9 needed to make changes after?
Yes.
Okay, why? Why do you think they needed to make changes?
Because they didn't just go 0-2. They've been on a downswing for months. It's I'm looking at the tournaments previous to this one. They had a hot start in the off season, and it's just been a slow decline. I get why they made changes. I think it's reasonable. I mean,
Dude, it's actually the Bala narrative, which I dislike because it's so simplistic. It's just so true again. Bala, every time he talks about vanity-led teams, says that they're good early and then they fall off. And I'm like, that's really simplistic. I mean, is that always true? Literally, Cloud9 look good at the beginning in the offseason, have a bit of a run at the start when they're taking things maybe more seriously than other teams. Look like they have a chance to beat Fnatic, for example, and then now are already making changes right when the season begins.
Isn't that just
But what if I were
not
to tell
true
you?
with Cloud9 EA last year? Isn't that just Ball is lying? Didn't they?
But
say
Vanity
that?
wasn't on the team.
Vanity led teams. He's saying not Cloud9 in general, but just Vanity-led
Yeah,
teams. I mean,
Vanity was on it before they cut him.
but
Yay.
they played
it
like
doesn't
2
really count.
matches.
And they
They
lost.
played one. No, they
Well,
played
yeah,
one.
but-
They literally.
Listen, I'm just the advocate of Satan. I'm just giving an option. I'm
But the sample
devil's
size is
advocate.
yeah, like Mimi says, it's 1 match against
They
Paper
won
Rex.
one game and they lost one
So?
game. That's not real. I don't believe in that. I think though this is a great move because they get the Vanity honeymoon phase again, and that's perfect. And now they'll be great
You
for like the
can't-
first 4 weeks, and then
Oh,
Was that
God.
true
I hate
even
this.
on version 1 when they went to Reykjavik? Has anyone have we looked in have we researched this at all?
dude, Wyatt, stop asking
don't think
questions. You know
that's
what happens to
true.
whistleblowers.
I need to. I feel like this conversation
feel like this
needs
is a
Bala
lie.
here to defend his take. Because we've never analyzed the take in more detail, but he's brought it up a few times. And listen, we can bring it up next time we have him on the
Because
the
I
show.
clearly remember. Listen, let's give this 20 more minutes. I clearly remember version 1 in 2021 or whatever. They were slowly getting better as the year went on. Like, you know, and then
Thank you, Bubba.
Reykjavik time, and then they qualified.
You know what?
I believe
Damn.
this is just a lie.
Guys,
That's fine.
crazy.
It's fine. It has nothing
Guys,
to do with nothing.
it's time to interrupt this. It's time for a pizza review. I just got the room service in.
This
So-
reminds
It's like
me
a
very much
salad
of our
from that
unreleased Istanbul
This is a
episode.
pizza.
This is what happened
pizza
during
has
our
got some,
unreleased Istanbul episode, and then Bren smashed a plate with a bunch of glass
In
in
the
an
elevator.
elevator.
Yeah, I smashed a ton of glass in the elevator and water, and it went everywhere.
And then just left it in that
Pizza
elevator.
pie. I
descended.
did. No, I called them. I gave them a call. But this time we got the pizza pie. We got some other stuff over there. We'll get
Right.
what's the pizza
The
review.
fuck is
with
the
anybody?
pizza pie?
Ooh, what the hell? How do I get that? A little slice of
Hey,
this?
Bren,
One
can you
bite,
like
everyone
just
knows
put
the
your
rules.
arms down? Put your arms down. And just look at the camera without the pizza.
Bren's pizza review. Oh, look at that! Look at that cheesy pull. Ooh, that's quite nice. I like that.
That's a big slice, man.
It's got
That's a big
a
slice.
lot of
That's-
droop.
That's
got a lot of droop to
110
it.
degrees.
Yep,
That's an
let's take a-
obtuse slice of pizza.
Looks hot. Is it piping?
Test.
The tension is rising.
It's not piping, but it's good. It's oily.
Right.
That was basically just cheese.
Right. While
It is
Bren
like the
consumes
Istanbul
the
pizza,
pizza,
then.
I'll
I
give
do
that
want to
a-
move this episode along a little bit.
Let's just go to the next topic.
I give it a.
Are we giving any time to Cloud9? Seriously?
I mean,
do we want to do it?
Do you think it's going to make them better?
It won't make them
I think-
worse.
I think it seriously might though, because Cloud9 are in serious need to divide Merchant back. Zelsis, I think, made that team in its core, and a lot of its success, because they don't feel like a team based off structure. They feel like a team based off, if we're winning, we're having fun and we're getting along, and then we play together a lot more. And then I don't know what the hell is. I don't claim to know the internal dynamic, but it feels like this team is heavily based on just the alignment of the moon and Mercury in retrograde at times. Like I just don't. It doesn't feel like any consistency towards their play as a team.
Yeah.
That I can measure. It just feels so wishy-washy, and if they start losing as a team, it just feels like they go ooh all the way
Do you
back
think
down
either
again.
of these players will be that emotional leader, like Celsius was? Though?
Maybe not the emotional
'Cause I
lead,
don't
but
know
I think
if-
I think they might need a shake-up. I mean, they might just want a shake-up, which I'm finding it surprising, to be honest, because clearly they didn't like something in Rooney's play to drop him back then, and they picked him back up again as an interim
I
player.
mean, mate, they were thinking about dropping Rooney during playoffs.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
Yeah, that's what I
and
mean.
To
They
bring
were,
a player
remember,
like
they were
that back
scrimming
is
with their like assistant coach. I mean, six
they were
man
scrimming with
Cooper.
somebody
He's
else.
like a real pro player, but they were scrimming with
Yeah.
Cooper ahead of playoffs. Like,
yeah.
I think
I-
to me that screams there was some kind of weird internal dynamic with the old Cloud9 that had something to do with Rooney for them to make that decision. So it's kind of surprising to me that they're bringing back, but we don't know enough about what happened internally to really
Yeah.
speak to
I
it.
also think I also think that it's a very strange decision to get rid of Jake when Jake is actually more on the same page as somebody like Oxy. They're both players that are willing to make the move in the moment to try to seize an opportunity. If they're trying to go more structured play by bringing in people who are a bit more passive, solid, structured, which is how I would describe Rooney and Moose rather than a player like Jake, not necessarily Whippy, but certainly the benching of Jake, then if you're aiming for that, I don't think Oxy's ever going to fit into that system really well. I think your win conditions with a team like this are to play the like aggressive, dynamic post-plant stuff that we saw from Cloud9 last year. And I don't think this roster is going to do it. Don't think the last roster did either. I think you need people like Leaf and Celsius on the team to pull that kind of style off. And that's the situation where Jake is going to thrive. And I don't think, they looked so out of sync, to be honest, this version of Cloud9. They're super loose. They don't look like they have the same coordination between them. Is that pizza good, mate?
Keep talking. I'm enjoying this episode so far. You were bobbing on.
Let's move on to the next topic. As Wyatt says, Bala's going to the playground, hopefully for his children or his child.
What do you mean for? What do you mean hopefully? He has a daughter. He's a stay-at-home dad now. That's why he's not in Madrid. What do you?
I don't know. He might just be going to the playground to hang
so
out. I mean, it's late at night, isn't it? Oh, it's late at night here. I suppose it's not
late at
night
night here, man.
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
It's actually 5 p.m. there.
When I think going to the playground, the last time I went to playgrounds was when I was like a teen and I was drinking in the woods. So that's just immediately. I just think of adolescent behavior. I don't think of like being a responsible father. Let's move on to the next topic, though. The next topic's another interesting one, but like a bottom of the barrel kind of team again. Another team that's making changes already. Bleed, looking to bench 2 of their players, Egoist and Crazy Guy. Egoist has already retired off the back of this too, to go back to school. And they're looking to pick up Zest, awesome move, and Relta, who's been on the team before and had to take 2 years out for army service. Is this going to move the needle? This looked like another team that was just really out of sync, and they've talked about the issues within the team.
I think this team needs to take these changes. If they're going to play Ye and work with Ye, put them on Chamber full time. Get somebody to int on Neon or Raze, and just create space for Yeaster. And someone also needs to give Ye a back rub, a banana, and a fucking pep talk. Because this man needs his confidence back. Listen, son, you're one of the best fucking players in the world. Do I need to be the motherfucker to do it for you? Do I need to be the one to rise you up? I know you're going to be watching this, Yeaster. You're one of the best fucking players in the world. Don't let them talk shit about you. Don't listen to the fucking VLR comments. Don't listen to Reddit. Fuck them. Fuck them. Take a little break. Take a little bit of time off. But just know, you're the fucking GOAT. So go out there, click some fucking heads, shoot some heads, rip them off, convince your team, say, fuck you guys. I don't know who the fuck plays Neon or Raze. I don't give a fuck. Tell them to run in, create some space for you. You run in, clean them up, get a 4K, 5K. You're back to normal. Go do that shit. And I think Zest is not going to be that guy. He's not going to be playing Neon or Raze, but he's a good player. I like Zest. I hated the fact that DRX dropped him. So I like Zest coming in. Don't really have much to say about Router. But that's what Bleed need to do, and I'll tell you right now, if they fucking follow that playbook, they'll be making Shanghai, they'll be making champs.
I swear to God, if they put Ye on Viper again with this new team, I am just gonna. There's a desk right here.
There's no way.
I'm gonna eat it. My camera froze. Can you
no
guys
way.
still see me? Is this
Yes, we can still see you.
We can
Hello.
Hello?
You have like the
You seem to be trying to
head
eat your
when you're
desk.
leaning in. Yeah,
If you think about it, I'm the real crazy guy.
Why? Can I get
that.
a less deranged take from you, perhaps?
I just hope Zest does all right, and I hope they don't. I hope his career doesn't get double boomed, because I would consider myself a Zest enjoyer, and I despise how he's been used in the past year and a half by DRX, and I hope he just doesn't get boomed again by a disorganized Bleed team. And I think Ye should just play Chamber full time. Chamber's better. He can put down a little trip so he doesn't have to look at the mini-map anymore every 3 seconds when he's opping. He can just play his game. I think that would be the best thing for them. And I think if they,
Chamber is a dog
if they
shit
do that,
agent.
I think they'll be all right. I think
Just
they'll
make
be okay.
him
I don't think they're gonna be
play fucking
contenders
Jet.
for playoffs, but I think they can be in the mid-table. You know, have a reasonable year.
I think that Zest can bring a much needed voice of reason to this team. It sounded like there was some drama inside, and like there was like factions within the team, or there's been all sorts of, the streets have been talking, let me tell you, about what was happening with Old Bleed. But I think this is a chance for, similar to what we're talking about with Cloud9, complete vibe reset, complete role reset, put people on things that make sense, bring in a veteran player like Zest, who's really, really incredible individually on a variety of roles. He's one of the best initiators in the region, and also just hyper experience. He's been playing since the late 1800s, and he's ready to talk some sense into this team and just be like, fucking put Ye on chamber, fix it. He is gonna make Bleed great. And by that I mean there'll be like a 5th, 6th team in Pacific.
I also think that Bleed were the exact example that I would use of a team that didn't necessarily have an IGL problem so much as they just weren't on the same page about anything that they were doing throughout all of their matches. They looked like they were completely mentally out of it and weren't sticking to any kind of coherent game plan whatsoever during their games. I mean, it was some of the worst Valorant that we've seen the entirety of Kickoff watching Bleed.
Like there is
They
multiple
clearly
people
had internal
talking
issues
and
because
nobody's
no team can
listening.
play that badly whilst trying. Like when everyone's on the same page, no team plays that badly. But, you know, when you're at a pro level, at least you have some ideas about what your defensive setups look like and how you rotate. I mean, Bleed just
What
had no
about
clue.
Liquid, the first round of lock-in?
Yeah, I mean, again, that team had no clue what they were doing. On the attack side, that team was dreadful, and I don't know whether that was internal issues or whether they just hadn't put any time in. But I mean, they improved from that, didn't they? They didn't stay there.
Oh, not the pepperoni. Was that a little pepperoni that fell? Oh no! Now there's sauce on the desk. It's a whole thing.
It was a tomato. There was a little cherry
Oh,
tomato.
now there's juices all over the desk. It's a whole
Tragic.
thing.
He's Jova.
Tragic.
I quit, guys. I'm going to bed. This sucks.
All right, in order to appease Bren, let's talk about Sentinels. You want to talk Sentinels,
Yay.
Bren? Oh, look at him. He's pogging. Look at him.
Oh, I love Sentinels.
Little guy's pogging. Well, unfortunately, we're not talking about the main roster, but they've signed Curry. Do you like Curry? You watch streams?
I like when he hits #1 in ranked.
Yeah, that's what he does that a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah, in the different regions.
Yeah, yeah. Do you
I
know
like
which
it.
region he liked the best?
No.
Yeah, I don't know either. But he definitely said that. Like he did a review of all the different regions. I can't remember which he ranked the highest. I think it was maybe like Brazil or APAC or
Why have
something.
they got a 6-man?
I
Because
assume
Pancada
they
was
needed
allowed
a
to
sixth
explore his
last year,
option.
and so it seems like a bit of hubris to not have one. If I had to guess,
No,
I mean they did need
Also,
one last year, right?
Free, like
Well,
a big streamer can be a salesman for their bundle, is also a legitimately good player that if they ever need an emergency sub can put him in. It seems like honestly very similar to Marv when Marv was still in the position where he just wanted to be a streamer and stuff. It's a win-win. It's a player who has shown to be good in the past. You can be a streamer when you want, and yeah, it seems good for everyone.
Sentinels haven't hit their guaranteed 700k per month burn rate so far in 2024, so they're just upping the costs a little further so that they hit the margins that are necessary for the sushi owner to put more money in.
There's also a 50% chance that Tens will miss a game because he'll sprain his ankle or have
Yeah, that's
some
what I'm
other
saying.
injury and they need Curry. So, listen.
Yeah. I mean, it is interesting that they've now allowed Pancada to look for offers with no buyout. Pancada was rumored to be like associated with Furia, but then declined the offer. That was the recent reporting around it, and it looks like Pancada won't end up at least anywhere in the short term with the look at things. But there are still like other teams making moves. It looks like Noz was going over to Furia to replace who is it? Liazi, I think, was the most recent rumor around that as well.
Yes.
So, yeah, there's plenty of teams making moves, man. There's stuff all over the place happening. It seems very early compared to last year because it's not like, I don't know.
Well, there's
Like,
no
it's
more
not like
roster
Lock-in where
lock,
you got-
so
Yeah,
teams
they
can.
couldn't make moves.
Yeah.
So it's very early compared to last
Well,
year.
you could make moves between lock-in and stage 1 beginning
Well,
last
for
year.
the teams that lost lock-in,
but-
it was one match. This had a longer off
This is
season. There's
two.
more time to think in between. Yeah, that's literally double, Josh.
That's
The
something
two
I
teams,
don't
though,
like
that
about
are making
Valorant.
changes are teams that were active in the
How
offseason
like
now.
they're
C9 and Fury.
constantly fucking changing players
So
and
they have
shit all
way
the
more
time.
evidence. And
True.
both clearly need to make moves, in my opinion. Furia need Noswar. I want to see Noswar back IGLing that team like we're in 2021 and just taking the reins and just. I want to see just a system instilled by the man. Take over the team fully. Run things like a well-oiled machine.
I don't think that's the rumor though that he's picking up the IGLing. Is it? Is that just your dream?
I don't know. I mean, he just used to IGL for Fury. Yes,
did,
that
yeah.
would be my dream. I'd like to see that team be reformatted by a new leadership structure. And by that, I mean the Noswar dictatorship over the team, where he just completely controls everything. Because left to their own devices, they are just they have no direction. And when they do have direction, it is not ideal. So
Pretty sad for
that's what I'd like
Liazzi
to
though.
see.
I feel
he
like
was pretty
Liazzi
good.
actually had a good kickoff run. I wasn't expecting too much from him, but he was. Yeah, I mean, he was better than Havoc if we're going to compare like to like on the same team.
He was really good
But
against
they
NRG.
Yeah, they must believe in Havoc more by the look of this, or maybe they just thought the roles fit a little better. But yeah, unusual. But a lot of teams looking like they want to make changes. There's changes happening in EMEA as well, I believe, but I'm not sure whether there's any solid reporting about what's going on over there. So I don't want to necessarily talk about stuff if we don't have sources for it.
Is this the
Do
streets
you know why? I can't remember whether I've heard it from the streets or whether I've heard it from a proper source.
Would you like
but
to just leak it?
No. No, I wouldn't.
The streets are talking.
No, I
They've been talking.
thought this was a rumor that was out there already.
The streets are talking.
I mean, the streets are talking a lot, though. It feels like a lot of teams are making changes before stage one.
As
But
he
I guess it comes.
frantically Googles to see
Yeah,
if
I
it's
am.
public.
Yeah,
Who?
literally.
What team, Josh? Could you give me a hint?
No,
could I guess?
because. Well, no, because then if I confirm it, I mean that's literally just.
What if I make a guess and you just make a noise? Like you don't even have to. Like you don't have to say.
You're
Just-
killing me.
Just
You're
make
killing me.
a noise. You know what I
You're
mean?
absolutely
Oh
killing
wait,
me.
no, there is totally a rumor. It's a public rumor about Nookie and Giant X. That was
Right,
public.
okay.
Was that what you were
Dude, I
looking
mean-
for?
Yes,
The
that
streets
would have
are
been
talking.
that
That-
would
I
have been the
saw-
greatest. That would have been the greatest bait
I
as
saw
well if you
that
just
on
said that. Right. I've been lost in the Madrid prep, so I haven't been looking at everything.
God.
Yeah, that was Giant X, and it's something to do with Nookie, and they're getting someone. I forget
Quiet. The streets are talking. What are they saying?
Aren't they
who. I was
picking up
hoping you had the
Wilzinho?
info.
I
What?
have the info on the ground.
Purpo, sorry, here it is. 4
Oh
days
yeah,
ago.
there we go.
Sorry about this. Yeah, I was late on the uptake of.
Kurt,
of
just
this
cut out the
because I
dead
forgot about
air
it.
from that one.
Yeah, don't worry. We definitely know what we're talking about, and we are not busy
Yeah.
prepping Madrid and scrambling to get this kind of stuff out there. But yeah, the source from Sheep Esports, which I think was Alejandro Gomez again. Yeah, it was in combination with Arman Luke, who said Purpo reaching an agreement with Giant X to replace Nookie in VCT. Which, I mean, again, Giants looking to make changes after being in a group with both of the like finalists. Right? Like that group was low key, outrageously stacked. We just didn't realize it at the beginning. And the problem with this is outside of the Nozwa swap and maybe Zest to Bleed, I just can't really see the vision with most of the other changes that are happening around the scene. And maybe I feel like some of this is because people are stuck in just having limited options because a lot of people have already been picked up. I don't know how you all feel about this, but I'm not like inspired by a ton of these moves.
I wasn't inspired by Carmine Core, and look where they are now. I wasn't inspired by a lot of
Beast.
teams, and look where they
Yeah?
are now. I mean,
Okay.
I'm personally, my the confidence in my own ability to read the game and the state of things in Valorant has just tanked ever since this season's began. Even though I've got every prediction right, which you can fact check that, it's true.
Fact checked by
What?
real American
Yeah.
patriots.
you can fact check that. It's very
No
true. It's very
confidence.
true.
Yet got everything right.
Yeah,
Curious.
and what does that say about
Interesting.
what does that say about me? Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, I'm not sure. It's a weird one, right? When they were in the strongest group, that they would make shifts like this, especially quite drastic shifts if they're. I don't know if they're moving Vitinho. I thought Vitinho was fantastic last season in the duelist position, in that duelist role. But maybe it's just some internal discussion of what they want out of a team, maybe how they view it. There's been a lot of teams this year where they have their duelist player just playing flex, and they get a ton of. I mean, teams get a ton more out of them when they're not just locking them solely into a duelist position. Maybe some part of that is Vitinho trying to move more into a flex role, and then it'll open up the team. I don't know. What's Mimi?
Have you
Mimi's
heard the
trying-
news?
Where is
The
this
news? What are you, an
Neil Zinho room?
Oblivion character?
What is the Neil Zinho thing?
Oh, I
What-
was capping. Really?
Have
I
you
don't
seen
know.
And
the
you said it
sites?
again. What the-
No, I didn't.
Well, I'm lost.
I said
I'm
it once,
drenched.
and then I realized in my head that it was wrong, and then
Oh.
I didn't say it again. But
You
I was thinking
Fools
of
know nothing.
okay.
Me- Mimi, what are the streets
I
saying?
feel like I'm passing by an NPC in a cloud district. What news are you
Can
peddling
you press the
to us?
interact key, please, Brent? Press the interact
What
key.
news are you peddling?
I talked to an unknown source.
Mm.
Fun plus Phoenix have beaten Loud in a scrim.
Oh,
That's not true.
No,
No, Mimi's doing the Bala and lying again on the streets
there's
and
no
talking.
way.
13-11 on Ascent.
13-11 on
The
Ascent.
Yoru dominated. The
I don't
Phoenix
believe it.
Breach.
The
I
FBI.
don't. I don't. Brent, she is literally lying. I like. I can't
Again,
I
believe
mean,
anything
that could
she's
have
saying.
definitely. Loud could have practiced A hits for 11 rounds in a row. It's no, like,
They
it
could have done.
fucking doesn't matter. It's
That
a
is true.
scrim.
And Loud are changing their comp. They're not
What?
committed to Phoenix Breach.
I mean, if that's
I-
true, you probably shouldn't reveal that. So I'm gonna assume you're lying. Otherwise,
what did you
you
say?
will feel practiced A hits for 11 rounds in a row. It's no, like,
They
it
could have done.
fucking doesn't matter. It's
That
a
is true.
scrim.
And Loud are changing their comp. They're not
Oh,
committed to
damn.
Phoenix Breach.
I mean, if that's
I-
true, you probably shouldn't
mean,
reveal that.
that's
So I'm gonna
expectable.
assume you're lying. Otherwise, you will feel the death blow from the Brazilian fans on your social media. If they
what's so
come in and
funny
they're
is-
playing a new comp, you shouldn't say that.
What's so funny is as well, Mimi probably is lying, and then they honestly might just change the comp anyway, and then it'll look like Mimi's leaked it completely.
Oh goddamn.
Christ.
Oh god.
I have
Now-
something juicier though.
Oh,
Oh, here we go.
Sentinels are practicing.
Well, that's
with
good.
Curry.
I thought
with Curry.
No, they're not.
You're fucking
That's
lying.
a lie.
You're
That's
just
not-
fucking lying.
That's just
There's
not
no-
true.
Tens fell asleep during scrims. They subbed him out.
That's
I mean, that's
definitely
true.
not true.
That's true. They posted that on social media.
Is Curry
Wait,
even
really?
in the country?
Sleeping during scrims. Curry grinding.
There's no way
They'll
that
play their
Curry's in
match.
Madrid with them, is he?
No, I don't think he's in Madrid.
Do you not see this post by Sentinels? What do you think the big news is, sheep? Wake up.
Curry was
Wake up.
streaming from his bedroom
Wake up.
yesterday. He was
And
streaming
you don't think that's a
for
green screen?
8
You don't think they know how to
hours.
lie to you? You can't see the signs when they blind you in the eyes.
What?
Oh,
Damn, we have the same
oh
Jordans.
god.
Oh,
It's okay.
I,
They stole my
um,
swag. You need
I
it.
have heard some stuff from the streets.
yeah. Go on.
Jesus
One of the things is
Just-
very no serious stuff from the street. What is that?
That killed me. That post killed me. Look at the
Never speak-
original.
Wow.
Look on the original quote tweet. See what it's based off of.
Wow. Audio listeners in shambles right now. I can't possibly explain what we're witnessing.
This entire
Holy
episode is a
shit.
nightmare for anyone listening to this in their car. Part of it was Brent eating a pizza, and we just watched.
Yeah.
That was, that was
He did
part
tell
of
us what the
episode.
pizza was like. He told us at least like what the review of the pizza
A
was.
little, yeah.
But I mean, half of this is just Mimi in the dark, shining a green light on her head, making up lies on the internet.
Well, Josh, what's your new
Zelsis
lie?
was spotted busking in the street. He's not
Josh,
practicing.
What's
He's
your
just
new lie?
selling skins.
What's my new lie? Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you something real that happened.
Okay.
I met Zaysh at the bar, and we had a conversation,
Oh, yeah.
and he was telling me off for only being happy when Carmine called lose, and I was trying to tell him, no, it's different now, it's different, it's different. He wouldn't believe me. He wouldn't believe me. I walked past the Sentinels
Oh,
players.
sorry, I'm back.
Zelsis offered me a fist bump. I fist bumped Zelsis. I then didn't realize that the rest of the Sentinels players were behind them, so I just egoed the shit out of them all by accident. Which isn't good when already,
Nice.
you know,
Yeah,
making
he's-
off-season YouTube
he's
videos about
not-
tens and then egoing
He
tens.
is not beating the hates tens allegations. at
Excellent.
all.
That is excellent.
I mean, completely unintentional as well, but, you know,
Yeah, of
not going to
course.
appear that way.
Uh-huh.
What else? I did learn something very interesting, but unfortunately, it does have like real match implications, so it'll have to wait until after. But I'll talk to you about it next time we do an episode. I mean, because it's similar to like Mimi's lie. It could actually influence one of the matches. That's
You know
happening.
what's crazy? Whoever the fuck that was in my room, I heard what they were saying. Loud is gonna change the comp, and they're gonna get destroyed for making that up.
Oh, good job! It isn't any of us. Good job! It was someone
great
different.
job.
Someone else. Who
Yeah.
was on the microphone?
Probably somebody else.
Now,
Yeah.
Josh, you asked 32 minutes ago if any of these off-season moves were inspiring.
Yeah.
And I think we should discuss that and then move on from talking, unless there's more roster moves.
I mean,
I think
Just
we
no,
should
I was just-
move on.
I was just thinking about the streets are talking for Madrid. That's what I was thinking about.
Oh. I was still
That's
thinking
what
about
we've
roster
been
moves.
thinking about.
Oh,
Well, right, but
no,
we
no,
could,
no.
It was that's fine.
That's okay then. That's okay. I did hear that Gen G are tearing it up in scrims.
You did?
So
Who
Pacific,
said
yeah,
that?
yeah. I'm not gonna tell
Interesting.
you. I'm not going to reveal
Oh,
my
okay.
sources, Brennan.
Okay.
But yeah, apparently Gen G are looking pretty decent in scrims.
I heard
And,
something.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, but it was a little passerby came by at breakfast at 6:30 a.m. in a giant lobby that was empty and echoing with every reverberation, every dropped fork, and it was silent. There was no music playing. But he came by, said, "Sentinels are prepping for every perceivable matchup in the Swiss stage. They're going to be ready for anything. They've got their support staff working round the clock, 24 hours a day, building spreadsheets and Google Docs on every opponent, preparation for every perceivable outcome. So, Sen fans, hold fast. Hope is coming, even though you
I mean,
already looked good."
Yeah, they
but
did already look
they
good.
won Americas. Yeah, I think the hope is there.
Kurt, are we able to put the bold predictions in now and then go to the other stuff? Is that technologically feasible?
No.
I think I can manage it. I think I can make this happen. I think we
Okay.
can do it.
Because speaking about, I mean, if you're talking about Sen prepping for every matchup, I am interested. Kurt messaged us all earlier today and asked us for the bold prediction of who's winning Madrid. I think this is one of the most difficult tournaments to call.
Louder,
I think you can have a
Casey,
favourite at.
for
Like
me.
you're talking about, Sentinels being prepped. There is hope. I feel like there was already hope. I feel like some of us might even have Sen as our bold prediction.
You don't think there's a favorite?
Do you think there is?
Yes.
Ooh.
I think it's louder, Casey.
Yes.
So when this episode was titled, this team will win Madrid, that was you, wasn't it? That's you that's titled it, because I certainly don't feel confident in any of
We
these
literally
teams.
title every bold prediction tournament episode the same way. It's not me. It's just like the AI auto generation for every tournament title whenever we predict the winner.
Should we go
and-
for it then, Kurt? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were.
Press the
Don't
button.
know.
It's happening.
It's happening.
Oh,
Whoa!
bold predictions.
Look at that.
Yo!
That's the wrong button.
Holy
Yo,
fuck.
Paper
It's-
X
Holy
RQ.
shit.
Look at that.
Wow.
RQ.
Paper X
Oh
have
my
a
God.
great shot.
Let's try
Data
this.
division number
Let's try this
2.
again.
There we go.
Yo!
What color is it?
Blue.
We have gone with the obvious pick, Bren.
Yeah.
The favorites of the
course.
tournament.
Wilkinson. We've gone with the obvious pick here.
Yeah, I feel like we've gone with the obvious pick.
You must have also been in the lobby of the breakfast buffet this morning. You must have also been overhearing the news that Sentinels are prepping for every perceivable matchup. The Tens is going to beat his Reykjavik 2021 performance on Omen. Never been done before. You must have all heard the news. I mean, I think the two teams that we've got split down the middle makes sense of what we've all seen so far. These are my two teams that I would have in the finals most likely, but also I think that anything can happen at this tournament. I think this is going to be one of the craziest tournaments in terms of just being able to predict outcomes. Yeah, but Sen, I had to give it to Sen for no reason.
Why are they the heavy favorites?
Why are they the heavy favorites? A lot of this I am basing off of. Well, I say a lot of this. One of the reasons that I'm basing this off of is the fact that they lost their first match to Loud, and from there just elevated themselves throughout the tournament.
Yeah, but
and
it's
entered
another tournament.
Mihai's flow,
Like-
the flow state, and won in the end. It's the arc that they went on, the trajectory of improvement and going God mode in the finals, the level we saw Tens and Zekken at, and the level that I consider John Cutie to be at is just, what is it, John?
Quality tactics.
Quality tactics. I was gonna say questionable tactics, but that's definitely not.
That'll be if they lose.
because he has quality tactics. And so that's essentially why I've gone with them. Aside from, we could talk about all the other reasons of why the team is clearly good, but you guys already did that when they won.
Yeah.
That is the reason why I picked them. The trajectory heading into this tournament gives me an immense amount of confidence.
Mimi, why is the color blue?
Well, when someone asks me what color is it, I don't think red. And that's for a reason. Because Carmine Core look incredible right now. I agree with everything you said about Sentinels. In fact, in our last episode, I was fighting to have Sentinels at the top of the power rankings. I think they're very close. But I went back and I watched more Carmine Core. And my God, this team's fucking electric. I think their coordination and execution on everything right now is chef's kiss. Perfect. Very good. And the reason I give them the edge is because, in my opinion, I think they have the best read on the meta right now of anyone. I love the comps they're playing. I think their ideas that they're showing with the split Yoru comp, using that as the second dive agent, I think is very cool. I think that across their map pool, they're showing really cool stuff that isn't just gimmicks. It is going to be really hard for other teams to counter out. And I think they haven't shown some of the same weaknesses that Sentinels have in some of the maps. I think it's really going to
I
come
don't
down
know.
to the edge, but right now,
I think
I
K-Corp
lean a
beating
little bit towards
Fnatic
Carmine Core, but again,
was
it's really a nice edge in my
a
opinion.
little
I
bit
think-
of a fluke.
I don't think you can say there's a
I
clear
think
favorite.
Fnatic is
I've
still
got-
the better
I
team
do
in
think
Europe.
it's a hot take to say that I would take the field against KC and Sentinels put together.
Just because of
I feel
experience
like
and
Madrid's
shit.
so open. I genuinely would. I think I would, even though I would consider these two the two front runners. I think the
No.
rest of the field has a plus 50, like a over 50% chance of taking it. I think it's that
You think?
evenly spread
Yeah.
between some of the top teams.
I think
Yeah.
Loud.
I think
dude,
Loud,
Her-
yeah.
I think
I mean,
Loud,
when they're all
Heretics,
combined
Gen
together,
G all have
for-
upwards
for-
mobility.
For people who aren't familiar with the concept that I'm talking about, I mean, do Heretics and Sentinels combined have more than a 50% chance of winning the tournament? Like, is it 25-25 or 30-20 or whatever? So I think that, between the percentages you would give to Loud, Paper X having a crazy resurgence for whatever random reason, Gen G actually looking nasty good and being able to frag their way through some incredible playoff.
I just think Genji, not Genji, but I think Pepper X and Loud just because of like all the experience they have. I think they are serious contenders. I don't see Paper X going out of groups. Maybe Genji. I think it's between Paper X, Genji, and Heretics. I think KC, Loud, and Sentinels are out of the Swiss. And I think Loud has a big shot of winning. Like Loud are my favorites. Then it's KC, then it's Sentinels. I think Sentinels winning America was like the stars aligning for them. And if the stars don't align for Madrid, I think they're not gonna have like that great of a performance. They are a solid team, but I think they lack the just something more like to be above the rest.
Off games. I feel like this is such an open tournament. I'm not even sure both of these teams put together have it over the rest of the field.
I would be inclined to agree with that. Yeah, I think that this is the hardest tournament to predict that we've got.
Yeah,
Period.
for
Because of
sure.
what you said. I mean, you could literally have a resurgence. I think if Genji keep playing like they were out of the gates of their kickoff, their side of kickoff, you've got a real hot contender. I think Loud could level up because of their international experience. I think Heretics looks fantastic at moments, and depending on how well they bounce back after losing in the finals, they have some really cool ideas, and I think that team can go really far. And then PaperX, you just don't know what to expect from PaperX. The only team I'd leave out would be FPX, maybe EDG, but I'm still holding out hope that EDG can show us that level. I feel like EDG are just a team to play up to their opponents. You could see just that team maybe just gone an absolute heater. Don't know if they would win the whole thing, but it looks hyper competitive. I don't think there's any guarantees at all that that you'd see both Sen and Carmen Core in the finals, even though they look like the two best teams for me on paper. But I see where you're coming from with that take. Like
Yeah,
it's the best tournament that we've had in terms of the quality of play per team, you know, on an average scale in a long, long time. It's partly because we've only got 8 teams here. You know, you're literally bringing the best of the best from each region. So,
Yeah, groups. Some of the nasty good teams are going to get eliminated in groups.
yeah.
I do agree with that, actually, Josh. Thinking about it now,
Yeah.
Genji, Heretics, and Loud definitely make up enough that has to be nearing 50%
Sure.
between the three. Like even if it's shy of it a bit, and then you just Paper X maybe an off chance, FPX 1%, and then like and then the EDG maybe a small amount. So yeah, I think you're right.
What's going to bother me the most is that there are so many people out there with so many different takes, all quite reasonable, but one subsection of those people are going to be correct without really having any like reason to be more right at this point than everybody else. You know, the Genji like hardcore believers, when we fast forward 2 weeks and Genji have won the entire event, are going to be telling us how obvious it was that Genji were going to win this entire time. And you could just repeat that for whatever team ends up winning it, right? They're just going to go back.
How could you doubt Loud with all that international experience? Didn't you learn anything from Tokyo? How could you doubt them?
But the thing is, there's just reasons for every team to be really, really good. And so you can do that literally for any team, arguing with the benefit of hindsight. But that just makes it such a cool tournament to follow, I think.
My like participation trophy idea is that like I'm not arguing that every team can't make it and there's not an argument for any team to win. It's that there's an argument for every team to win. And everyone could be a winner, but it's only one. I don't know what I just said.
God.
How are they going to all win, Mimi, when half of them get eliminated in groups?
Liberals are ruining this country. I'm going to tell you that right now.
She thinks the color's blue, eh?
These second place trophies fucking ruining society.
Dude, let me tell you, I'm not... I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's a reason every team could win, except for one. I think there's
FPX when they beat Common Core, you are going to be coping.
There's no fucking way, man.
Nope.
All right, well let's get onto the round 1 predictions then, because FPX play against Carmen Core to open, which for Mimi and me has got to be the top of our power rankings versus the bottom of our power rankings.
Yeah,
so
same.
Surely,
I mean,
we're predicting Carmen
at
Core
the
to
top,
easily win this game with no with no problems, right?
KC for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why does your face? Why does your face say I see a disaster coming?
I just.
Let's get onto the
Wait.
round one predictions then, because FPX play
Hold
against
on.
Carmine Core to open, which for Mimi and me has got to be the top of our power rankings versus the bottom of our power rankings.
Yeah.
So surely we're predicting Carmine Core to
Smile,
easily win
guys.
this game with no with no problems, right?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why does your face? Why does your face say I see a disaster coming?
I just. It was simply an act of preparation. That is
Right.
all. It's just, you know, it's like building a bunker in case of war, which also like reasonably I'd be doing with this fucking shirt on. I have 500 MREs in my
Yeah.
bunker that I built under my apartment complex, just in case. Just in case of the
everyone else-
rapture.
Everyone else was jealous of Noah when he built that big boat and it actually ended up working. That's gonna be you sailing away.
Dude,
All
me
right.
and Wyatt
What
look
are
like
the-
with our two shirts, we would hang out at like the VFW together.
What is the VFW? What is the VFW?
Well, you know what the VFW is, right?
I know what the VFW is.
We'd
I'm not
hang out there
telling them.
together, I think. Grab a whiskey with a skull in it, we talk about the war.
Yeah, I'm not telling these Europeans about the VFW.
They can't
What
come
the
right.
hell is going on?
What?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just
What?
getting
I'm feeling
American.
patriotic today.
Dude, I'm so free.
Well, let's.
I can't be a
What's happening?
patriot.
Let's-
I can't be a
let's go-
couple free patriots, huh?
I want to ask you, what are the chances of an upset here?
I think less than 1%.
Oh.
I think less than 1% for this.
What about Paulus
I'm
Law?
not kidding.
What about Paulus Law?
Zero.
I think
Zero.
you'd need to have multiple players
No,
getting sick and having to like play ill remotely. Yeah.
There's never a 0%. I mean,
No.
I am a Carmen Glazer, and there's never. A
Holy
0%.
shit, that
I
guy.
don't think- even if narrate for some reason he can't he's locked in his hotel room and he can't get out. FBX have barred the door and he can't get out of his hotel room. Zeiss is going to play and they're still going to win. Like I don't care what happens. They're winning. They're
Yeah.
winning.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
They
0%.
do every
0.
aspect of the game is done better fundamentally. The stuff going for FPX is their cool comps with their executes that might catch a team off guard if they decide to not watch the VODs. You know Carmen Core going to watch the VODs. You know he's going to be putting in the prep. You know he's going to be counter-stratting. Not only that, but they do the mid-rounding better. They're more efficient in terms of their attack side rounds, in terms of how they push and pull opponents, how they play the map, how they work their opponents. FPX are slow, sluggish. They typically only make 2 moves around the map on per round when they want to play a little bit slower. Yeah, they got hitters, but this whole fucking tournament has teams of hitters. There's no team in this tournament without players that can't shoot back. So that's not even a quality that you can rely on for a team. Like typically that's what China relies on for their bread and butter. Maybe to go a little bit deeper into a tournament like Champs, for example, when you have 16 teams, it's like, oh, you know, there's just as many unpolished teams maybe there, and they can win out with that mechanical outplay. It's not going to happen against Carmen Core. This team is looking like the number 1, number 2 favorite in the tournament to be making it to the finals. It's less than 1%. It's less than 1%. And you might think I'm fucking cursing something, putting it into existence, but I would happily make side bets onto it if it wasn't
Go on, then.
unethical
by the fact that okay, I'll put my fucking future house on it. I don't know.
No, I'm not talking monetary.
No.
I'm talking.
This is like,
I mean,
what?
All right,
I
what about
get
your
the house, maybe
firstborn
not a
child?
house.
yeah, we get to name your firstborn
You
child.
get to name
if-
my
if
firstborn
FPX
child
wins.
if
How
FPX
about
wins.
the Chinese fans get to name your firstborn child and they can vote on the name if FPX
The Chinese
wins?
fans get to vote on the name of my firstborn child if FPX win this match.
I mean,
Yep.
that is great content.
That is insane. And
Tell Alice about that one.
she's listening now. What do you think about that? She said, "Fuck it." She said, "Fuck it." She said, "Fuck it. We're doing it. We're putting our bet on the line. We're putting our fucking bet on the
The
line.
fucking Rumpelstiltskin side bet.
We're putting our bet on the line. That's okay." Oh,
Okay.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
sorry, little
you-
Timmy.
Dude, it won't be little
sorry.
Timmy. It'll be little HFMI. You'll be, it'll be,
Little HFMI. Holy fuck. Oh shit.
It's all
That's
funny and silly.
crazy.
I like having a fun, silly time, but there's a 0% chance they win. So it's all
okay.
irrelevant.
All right. Let's
I
move on to the
cannot-
next game then.
What do you guys start thinking about Brent's kid's name? Guys. Start thinking. Come up with something good. How about IA?
Yep.
That's a nice name.
Yeah, that's a lovely name. That's a lovely name. Right. What game do you want to get onto next? I'm not sure the order that you have these in, Kurt.
I can make it happen. Just tell me which one you want.
Okay then. Let's go for Team Heretics Sentinels.
That's Sentinels,
a banger matchup at the
I
beginning
think.
of the bracket. And we've all gone Sen.
What the
I'm,
Man's face.
That's not what the fuck. Nope.
I'm not happy about this one necessarily.
Yeah, this isn't a slam dunk, but
This is
It's,
not a blackjack guarantee.
This is like a 65-35 where we all have all gone with the favorite.
I would have said
yeah,
60
I'd agree with
40.
that, I think. Honestly,
Yeah,
almost
maybe
bang
not
on the
even
money.
65. I feel like Heretics have done a
62.
lot of. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what number I would go for. You've called me out instantly by putting a number on it. But I
This is
feel
a
like
classic
the
62-38 game.
It really is.
but this is one where Heretics like to do a lot of reading into their opponent. They've shown that they're pretty comfortable doing some anti-ing, and they've got a lot of set play stuff that could catch Sen off guard, especially stuff that they haven't showcased yet. I think this could be a really difficult game for Sen to begin with, when they haven't played against one of the European opponents yet, and Heretics have such a specific style. I think this could be tough.
Yeah, I don't think this is a slam dunk by any means.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Heretics
had
look
Heretics
good, though.
winning.
Like you said, Heretics have
And
shown that they
then-
can counter strat. I think they've shown that they've.
Then I thought
they've
about
got
it
that
and was
dog in
like,
them with the way
nah,
that they like to play. I
Sentinel.
love the way that Heretics catch a lot of teams off guard during their setups, and it's something that you kind of have to adapt to. I mean, you can keep it at the back of your mind when you're going into a match. You can understand.
I see
the way
Sentinel
a team
coming
like
in
Heretics plays. Like if you see
very
a
prepped.
Neon comp, you know they're going to try and maybe set up Flash Dizzy plays with their Sunset comp, and you know that they're going to try and fight aggressively on their defense side for like a bit of map control early, and you can try and hold slow defaults for that and have protocols for it. But they also do it at different times. They don't always do it straight off the rip of the round.
No,
you
no,
can't
they do
just have it
yeah.
at the back of your mind and understand like,
I mean, I feel
oh,
like
we need
so
to be
much of
playing
their
players
stuff is like
anti-flash.
mid-round ideas. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what they're the best at. Like the like little set plays to re-clear space or the little traps. For me, I think the way Heretics win this match is if they have one, really good prep on Sentinels and they can actually like get ahead in the counter-stratting department. Two, if they're actually being able to like action on these mid-round setups and Sentinels isn't calling in a way where they're getting around them. I think where Heretics can fall apart is when it gets kind of weird, when it gets a little sloppier in the late round. Because I think Sentinels is actually really good at when things get weird, playing more loose, getting back on their individuals sometimes, and just winning out in games
Yeah.
like that. I think if Heretics lose control at any point, it's kind of over. But I still have some faith that Heretics will be able to get that. The question for me is whether they could do it on 2 maps. I see that being pretty unlikely.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how the map pool is going to interact between these two teams.
They
I
have
feel like
really similar pools.
it
those two
does seem
teams.
like that. I feel
They-
like Sen and Carmen Core do as well. I feel like the EMEA teams have. I feel like both of like Sen and both the EMEA teams actually have really big map pools in general.
Yeah, I'd agree with
It's
that.
also because there are only 5 like quote good maps. Breeze, if you're going there, you're like flipping on a gunfight. Ascent, if you're going there, you're flipping on like fundamentals. And the 5 other
Icebox
maps are
just got
just
put
so.
in.
Yeah, a lot of
Like-
teams don't like playing Icebox, and then the other 4 maps are the if you think you are equal or better than the opponent, the map you will want to go to. I think Ascent and Breeze are just so flippy right now that the best teams will be playing some variant of that 5 map pool for the majority of their games.
And the thing is, both Sen and Heretics ban Ascent, so that's just not going to be in the pool.
I mean,
so
Sen
whoever
could
has
also-
to ban that, they're at that disadvantage. But someone's
Sen
going
have
to
been
ban it.
banning Breeze too, so I think
Yeah.
if Sen banned Breeze
Yeah.
and Heretics banned Ascent, that's the most standard way you would see the map pool play out. I think.
And
Probably.
the beauty of it is
There's-
we get an honest game because of that. Thank God.
Yeah.
There's like a 100% chance that Split and Sunset are going to be in that pool. And while both teams are great on those maps, I think Sen are incredible on those 2 maps, Split in particular.
Yeah.
But it will be interesting. Yeah, I mean, they have a
They're
very,
the
very similar map
favorites.
pool, so.
They're the favorites, but my god, if there's going to be any plat chat guarantee that just looks silly afterwards, I feel like this one they're caveating very heavily.
This is just a classic situation though, where we've all gone with the favorite in a very reasonably close game. This isn't the 80-20 one where, you know what I mean? It's not that
I think
funny.
I could see a world where Heretics win, but I think Sen is a distinct favorite in this still. And I think guaranteeing this is reasonable. Because I don't think it's a 75. No, I guess 75-20. Oh, fuck. What have we done?
Okay,
It's a
well,
62-38. We've decided.
Yeah.
62-38. Yep.
And
I
for
like those
people that
odds.
are wondering, Rians is going to be here in Madrid. It'll be his first time playing on a big stage. He hasn't had any opportunity to play in kickoff. It's also going to be their first time playing on LAN as a team because they've only been playing online because Rians was playing from Turkey, so they were playing with like 20 odd
What
ping,
if they're the
24
first
ping,
team
something like that.
the onliner narrative is true about? They just choke.
I
don't
there
know.
are plenty of teams that at the end of the tournament we might say they choked, and we might be like, well, of course they choked because they were rookies, and but you
It's
just
gonna
never know
be-
which of them it's going to be.
The thing is gonna happen where the narrative is that a team choked, but they just played against like Loud and Heretics and lost. And then it's like, they're chokers. It's like, no,
I mean, I
it's
think
just
that's the thing.
all the teams are really good. I mean, if they fucking lose to FPX and then they get knocked out by someone, like, sure, maybe you choked then, but, you know, all the teams are so good. There's, you know.
Yeah. In my opinion, this will
Fake
be the
choker narratives.
most. I think this will be the most overreacted to tournament since lock-in. Players, like fans, will see like, oh, Loud lost to like Sentinels and K Corp. What roster changes do they need to make before the regular season? Like shit like that is going to be happening because 7 out of 8 of these teams you could consider a playoff contender. And like if any of them lose early, some of those teams like just have to go out 0-2. That just has to happen. At least one of the teams we all think could be a contender has to go out 0-2. 2 more of them have to go out 2-1. Like that is going to happen, and don't you fucking dare overreact. Don't do it.
Well, for Heretics specifically too, they just put out a video today, I think it was, talking about the fact that they're still going to have to use Paditech for the first week of stage 1 because Miniboo has exams. So not going to affect their Madrid performance.
Oh,
But Miniboo's still in school whilst he's playing, which is like outrageous dedication.
But that does
props to
mean he's
Miniboo.
just going to be the best. Think about once Zekin got out of high school, went from being a great player to the fucking go to the region.
Yeah.
Just a matter of time.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. So anyway, that's something to keep in mind if they do end up going out. So all right, let's move on to the next game then. If we're talking about ultra bangers, I think this one's got to qualify. Gen G Loud, because
I have
my
Loud.
God, if there's going to be some teams that are like in the middle of the pack there. This one I think deserves to be split. It really does. For any
should be
audio
50-50.
listeners, 3 of us have gone Gen G, with Wyatt being the only Loud believer. And Wyatt, I'm sure you were looking at our episode last week and we were wondering where the hell to put Loud. And I just kept thinking.
I was with Arden. I'd put them in 3rd. He was like,
fair enough.
if Wyatt were here, he'd back me up. And I was watching and thinking to myself, he's right. I would have backed him up. I would have put him in 3rd. But I wasn't there. I was tempted to ask to call in, to do the Kurt bit, to just show up, just to back him up for 3 seconds. But yeah, I would have put them. I would have put Loud in 3rd.
So is this just kind of reinforcing that belief that you think they're the 3rd best team, or is there some specific reason in this match too?
Well, I would say both. It does it reinforces that I think that they're the 3rd team. All things considered, they still had a great performance against Sentinels, almost getting the reverse comeback, beating them the first time, though that wasn't Sentinels at their best. But I think the Sentinels that we saw at the end of the tournament in the grand finals was an outrageously strong team, and Loud were still able to keep up. I will not be doubting Loud at an international event. And though Gen G showed an excellent performance in APAC to begin this year, I am not convinced at the moment of... I would also consider Gen G a serious dark horse in this tournament. Like, I
Yep.
would put them just outside of that top 3.
Gen G and Heretics.
But I do not rate the current state of APAC highly enough in contrast to Loud and Sen and the teams that they had to beat on their path to qualifying. They essentially just, throwing Lev and NRG up there. And I consider Lev and NRG to be around that Paper X Gen G level. And I think that when we get to the international event, I don't think that the Gen G team is well-rounded enough to actually pound for pound go up against Loud. I respect Karen, Texture, and not Munchkin, sorry, Meteor quite a bit. The other two, I have some
Dude,
amount
hear
of
that,
question
Pacific
marks
fans?
about.
He disrespects Munchkin. What the fuck?
Yep, and
I think that's valid as fuck,
and
though.
so yeah, and though I'm sure you could say a similar thing like, well, what about Quick? Is he at that level yet? And that's certainly to some extent a question mark. But I have so much trust in the rest of the roster, and I think Gen G, and it's not necessarily a detriment, but they're going to show up playing what I feel is a quite standard game, and I don't think that that's something that will be throwing Loud off in any significant way. That being said, I think this is like, again, I would give this like a 62-38 for me, for Loud being the favorite. Gen G are a serious dark horse, and if they win this game 2-1, that would not shock me at all.
Yeah,
I
I agree.
don't want to swap my pred to
I
that.
agree with what he said.
What, you've been persuaded
said.
by,
Well, it's not.
by the Wyatt
I was trying to
diatribe?
avoid the curse. I thought everybody was going to go for Loud.
Really? So you
Yeah.
expect Loud to be the favorites, but you wanted to punt on Gen G as the underdog?
Yeah. And
I did the same thing.
You did the same thing?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm the only
thought Loud was
genuine
gonna be
Gen G
flawless.
believer.
What? Don't get me wrong. I
Don't change mine, for God's sake. I'm the only person that's solid for Gen G.
Don't get me wrong. I liked.
What's going
I
on?
like watching Gen G, but all the points Wyatt brings up and more is just the players outside of that, like Munchkin, for example. I'm seeing Munchkin take liberties with his play, and he was hitting his shots and winning these individual duels that were causing him to get away with it when he's going for these deep solo pushes as a Viper player, trying to get mid-round information on Bind, for example. And
Munchkin is just Angel, I think.
I think that's going to get punished online on at Madrid. I just think that you're not going to get the same value, and they're going to be starting some rounds 4v5 when typically, I mean, to be fair, they won a lot of their 4v5s, especially when they were ecoing against teams. I mean, God almighty. But yeah, there's a lot of things that need to go right for Gen G to keep that performance going, and it comes down to the individual form of the players. Can they keep that riding all the way through Madrid? There's a chance they could, but I don't think it's as likely compared to looking at Loud's experience as a roster, looking at what they've accomplished as well, and where you should really be penning them in, which in my mind is the favorites in this matchup.
Let me sell Gen G then a little bit to you, because if you're punting on them as the underdogs in this match, I really feel like they might be the odds-on favorites even, because the way that I'm seeing them play, they're playing very good standard Valorant, but it's like new standard Valorant in the sense that they have good ideas on the meta. They're not just playing basic compositions. They have the KO Gecko compositions that they're bringing out on Icebox with some really nice ideas too. Their individual talents are astounding at the moment. As much as Les is playing phenomenally, Texture is right there in terms of dominating a region in the same kind of way that Les is. And they also have Caron doing something similar from the Smokes role, clearly the best Smokes player in the region, and looking like he could go toe-to-toe with any of the people in his role or nearby. And that's on top of also getting good performances out of Meteor, especially on maps where he can play more aggressively like he does when he plays the Cypher on Bind. I do agree with your Munchkin point, but I think mainly that just crops up on Bind. I don't think he goes for too much of those mid-round exploratory plays where he can get punished on all of their maps. I think that's a somewhat of a Bind-specific one. And one of the things that I really enjoyed watching Gen G was that they were super solid. They had the individual skill, but then they were also pulling out changes to their playstyle when they were playing against different opponents. When they played against Paper X, they added in a lot of set strats that reminded me of what Heretics were going for. That were set plays that, okay, we'd seen them before. It wasn't as inventive as Heretics or Carmine Corp, but they were pulling them out at the right times to punish Paper X and put the tempo in their hands rather than allowing it their opponent. Yeah, and I think that that's something that I think that's something that might fly. We don't think about Gen G as being a particularly anti-strat team because they do play fairly default Valorant. But I think they're smart enough to be able to come up with good plans against Loud, especially if Loud are going to continue running it. And I think Loud in this tournament have two options. They can continue running the composition that they've been hardcore going for, knowing that teams have got a read on it and have some idea of how to counter it. Or they can try to change up all of their compositions, and not all of them, but like the 3-4 maps where they've been playing this, and go for something a bit more basic, a bit more standard. And then I think they're going to be behind the ball trying to catch up to some of these other teams who have already demonstrated really good Valorant. So I think actually Loud themselves have got a bit of a puzzle for this. I'm not going to say it's a problem. It's more of like a challenge for Sadak to overcome. But I think that they do genuinely have some kind of like issue to tackle here for Madrid.
I do agree, and that might. Sorry, man. Just the one quick point. I do agree in that if Loud do not show a level of dynamic play with this comp that they've been hard going for, and they come in with essentially a game that is all too reminiscent of what they displayed in the Americas kickoff. That is the Gen G win con for me, for sure, because Loud have displayed that despite playing games where individually they are not as good as the other team in that game, namely the Sen finals, they were still able to take maps and keep it very close, despite you having 10 Zekit and John Cutie just lighting the world on fire for that series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with, honestly, both sides here, because I think this is a very close matchup.
The centrist take.
I'm the centrist. Me when I'm sitting on the wall, Humpty Dumpty looking ass. But the reasons why I punted on Gen G, for one, I don't think Loud is going to have time to reinvent themselves and to change up this comp, and I'm not sold on what they're running just yet. I think at times this new dive comp can look one-dimensional. I think it works better on maps like Sunset, but especially on a map like Ascent. I think we've already seen it be punished by teams like EG. And I think that can extend to some of the other ideas in their poll. And I agree with you. What Gen G showed against a team like Paper X was really good at having ideas ahead of time. I think that fundamental style of Valorant actually matches up very well if Loud keep doing the weird stuff. I also think, in my book, QCK still not fully proven. I think he had some good matches in kickoff, but there was also moments where he was playing Jet where I was pretty unimpressed, especially in the way that Loud was kind of building and setting him up. On the other hand, like you mentioned, Josh, Gen G, pretty much the core 3 players of this team are in absolutely unreal form. I think if they can, even 2 of them can keep that up into this event. If Loud is still playing the old stuff, and if they continue having these kind of good reads on their opponents and get some good anti-strat, I think there is a real good chance of them winning this one. But I think you're always hard-pressed to bet against Loud at international events, and that's why I'm considering this an upset I'm punting on, and not Gen G being the favorite.
One thing that I would like to see from Loud in this is that I hope that they work on their breeze in this downtime and are willing to play it, because it's been a bad map for Gen G that they've played multiple times, and Loud will actually ban Ascent in this series. I think that would be a major win con for them if they feel comfortable enough to play breeze.
Okay. Let's move on to our final known opening game of groups, which is one that we've seen at many Masters tournaments before, actually. It's EDG playing against Paper X.
I think it's Paper
So
X
far,
by
Paper
a
X have been
hair.
a 3-0 all time, and we are split 2-2 here. Myself and Wyatt going with Paper X, favoring the historical winners, though they don't look in great form right now, and EDG for Mimi and Bren. Sorry. Most of us were going with EDG being towards the bottom of the power rankings, I think.
Yeah.
But Bren, I know you were an EDG believer. Mimi, I want to hear from you. Did Bren
I
persuade
think
you?
EDG can step
so
up.
the reasons I went with my screen froze. You can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. The reasons I went for EDG here, first of all, I think the points that'll be brought up against them is that their performance regionally wasn't very impressive. Against a team like FPX, like we were mentioning earlier, they really got pulled down to level and kind of played into the chaos a lot. But I think it's consistent with what we've seen from them before. When they play regionally, they look a lot worse because they kind of don't need to be as good. But when they show up to these global events, they always start playing up to the level of the opposition, look way better. I still think we're seeing individuals in great form for EDG, and I'm kind of weighting that strength historically at international events and just great team synergy and great shooters to be their advantage. On the other hand, Paper X for me, they have a lot of those same advantages, but they're a team that is in such a nebulous state right now. I don't think they've fully found themselves as a new team with the comps they're playing. I think a lot of it is pretty off base. I think they're trying to play similarly to how they did with Jing, subbing Monyet 1-for-1 into some of these ideas, and it just has not been working to the same extent. So much of their play in Pacific, in my book, was really, really sloppy. And you can kind of edge that same historical bet that, oh, they tend to play a little better at international events, they have a little bit more time behind them. But really, for me, I think this is going to be a close match, and EDG right now, I'm kind of willing to take the punt on them, because in my mind, EDG is still that same core that has been developed for a long time, that hasn't had to change that much, that has a lot of practice together, and Paper X is still kind of in the adolescence phase since this change with Monyet. It reminds me a little bit of what they looked like at the beginning of last year, where you saw the potential of them rising up, but they were overdoing it with comps. The coordination wasn't what you wanted. I think they'll get there, but I don't think it'll be for Madrid.
See, I'm still believing in Paper X because I think fundamentally the style that they play causes chaos within the EDG's camp. I think in order to play against a team like Paper X, you need to be able to shut them down and then control the tempo yourselves. You need to be able to counter what they're doing and then impose your own will upon the game. Teams like Fnatic do this to perfection at times.
Yeah.
I mean, mostly. The most obvious example being that like Lotus game where they 12-0'd them. Just enforcing a slower pace to the game, whereas I think EDG tend to go a bit nuts when the game gets chaotic. I think EDG are at their best when the game is slower, when Howdong can find the mid rounds, and when they can set up, you know, maybe Kankang in a good opping position, or they can set up for, most recently in the Chinese tournaments, Kankang's been doing quite a lot of lurking as well, even when he's been playing a bit of duelist, and finding the like smart moments in the round. And I think Bren's point earlier to EDG playing up to their opponents.
I think EDG Paper X is going to be a
down
2-1.
to their opponents too. I think they just generally get caught into their opponent's style, whatever that is.
Yeah.
They don't generally try to stop their opponents doing things very well. And I think that that's a big problem against Paper X, because I think against Paper X, you have to stop them. You can't just feed into the chaos. You will lose.
I agree with that. I think I actually, you know, after the power rankings, I went and watched the finals of China, and I was like, yeah, I mean, I think I would have downgraded EDG a tad, but I'm still holding out hope from what I saw in that Trace game being the standard, and the finals being not a one-off, but like you said, slipping down to their opponent's level. I just don't have that much faith in Paper X, which maybe I'm going to get scolded for, but this team they are throwing improv comps at the wall right now to try and catch up their map pool. They are really heavily leaning on their individuals, which of course is the Paper X style. It's W Gaming, you know, they're going to run it down. I respect the shit out of that, but I think that like it seems like they're committing into this triple duelist split comp. I'm in the what's going on?
Because your head is in the logo otherwise, because of your awesome framing.
Open your mouth and Kurt will feed you the logo.
Oh, yummy, 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 yummy. EDG, in my tummy. The what the hell was I talking about? Oh yeah, Paper X.
I don't know.
The finals of Paper X. I watched that split again, and I'm like, okay, they're just gonna run it down to 12 rounds in a row, and they did throw in a bit more nuance to their comp, like just in terms of the defaults. But this is a team. If you watch their blog post, they're flying by the fucking seat of their pants, man. They are cooking up shit on match day. They're like, what maps do we want to play? I don't know, and they're just coming up with it. Like this team is just anarchy.
Like NRG.
I love it. I do love it because, listen, the vibes are good. Famously, as a man once said, you get shot, you die, and Paper X embody that. I quite like that. But I think you need a bit more. You can't really go into a tournament like that with that level of style. It's disrespectful, I think, to the rest of the team.
Can you beat EDG with that? We're not talking about them winning the tournament.
I think, as Mimi's already mentioned, the global events bring out the best in EDG. I think I've consistently underrated EDG coming into these tournaments because I base them off of their most recent performance, and it's always a bit sloppy. It always looks like it's way, way, way down there. And they come to these events, they scrim a lot, they get back up to speed in terms of how the usual teams play from other regions in that short time frame, and they're always fucking motivated as shit to really prove themselves on the big stage. Like this is a team that wants to go far. Like they wanted to get their first win, they got it. They wanted to break records, and so far they've hit a wall in terms of where they've landed their international tournaments. I think this is a team that's not gonna sit by the sidelines and just accept like, oh, this is our mucky play style. I think this is a team that's going to be playing up to their potential that we saw in that Trace game. I saw really, really fucking good gameplay in that Trace game. I still want to stand by the fact that I think if they play up to that level, they look like a team that could potentially be in the finals at some point, which is crazy.
Yeah, the other thing that you've mentioned there as well that I do think has some serious credit is that EDG were burnt out as shit in the off season. Like a lot of what we've seen from them, they came out of global tournaments last year, had to go back into playing domestic Chinese Valorant while everybody else was beginning the off season. Then they played in every off-season tournament they could possibly get their hands on. And this is the first time they've played in something that genuinely matters. Because the Chinese games didn't really matter. It was to get into Ascension, and EDG were like pretty much a lock to make partnerships anyway. And like, who's not picking up that team even if they flop at the end of the year? And again, they're pretty much coasting to wins in China too. They barely have to try towards the end of these tournaments. So it is possible they are just lacking motivation at the moment to go crazy mode. And that's what the difference. Like, it's less... I guess my point being that it's less that they level up at international tournaments and more that they don't have much to play for outside of those international tournaments.
Yeah, I think that's valid. I said earlier with the Loud game that I feel like APAC isn't at their best right now, which I do stand by. But also, I think that people have underrated PaperX a bit from their performance at kickoff. I think people have been way too critical of them over their loss in the finals to Gen G. When they beat Gen G the first time they matched up, they had a solid, pretty convincing win against T1-2-0. And then in the finals, I feel like they kind of got owned in the map picks by Gen G. Gen G get Ascent first, which they're sick on. They own them. Then we go to Split. PaperX are sick there. They own them. And then they go to Lotus, which they played previously. And I just double-checked, and of the two Lotus games, Gen G won 23 rounds total, and PaperX won 24. Like, they're neck and neck, and in the rematch in the finals, PaperX also just changed their comp to the Reina. So that's another close one. And then they picked Bind, which they hadn't played yet, and I think it was just a total fucking misfire. I mean, that might have been a situation where they're having success in scrims with running the Yoru double duelist on Bind, and they play a match, and it's like, oh fuck, we suck, because that was just a total misfire of a map. And I think that series has put a little bit too much of a negative spin on PaperX heading into this event, because overall, I still feel like they were very good, just not peak PaperX, and I think there's still signs that Moneyet needs to be integrated in a more effective way with some of these comps, and especially I think on some of the maps where he's playing Raze. But overall, I think PaperX are a bit underrated, and though you guys are totally right about EDG and heading into these events, it's hard not to feel just a sense of questioning when you're approaching an international event,
sure.
Which is really my big thing. It's just they've left me questioning what will happen, which I know is the case for some people with PaperX, but I just feel that so much less so than with EDG.
Yeah, okay. Well, I feel like already these opening games are giving you an idea of what Madrid is going to be like.
Yep.
It's looking nasty.
It's going to be hard for a team that starts 0-1.
So
It's
I want to
my
keep
bedtime.
I want to keep the last topic extremely brief and just literally ask you all, do you have any matchup that you're looking forward to during groups? Like, Swiss is going to be randomized, so we don't know who's facing who. Do you have any, like, all-star dream matchups? Because for me,
I mean,
it's,
Casey
Sentinels,
Sen.
Armin Core.
Yeah, Sentinels
Yeah.
Carmen Core,
that's mine,
100%.
yeah.
Oh, that'll be so
Clout,
fucking
clout,
good.
clout, clout. It's literally what's better than this? The two best teams of the tournament, and it's a clout match.
Honestly, I am really excited to see Gen G against the top teams from the other regions, just generally.
Yeah, just Genji
I
loud.
watched so much Gen G. I feel like they played an infinite amount of matches in kickoff. And
Gonna be
I'm excited to
interesting.
see them against the top level competition from the other regions. Just see how Karen, Texture, Meteor stack up. That's
Yeah, Karen's a freak, man.
That's the sleeper interesting narrative for me. Is the Gen G are very good now. How good will they be at LAN narrative?
Yeah. Okay then. Well, with that being said, I mean that's the most hotly anticipated one. I'm gonna Mimi, you can go to bed. It's time to go to bed.
Let's go lay in bed right now.
It's a short episode this week, but we're gearing up for a big tournament, and we'll see you all live on the show. So, yeah, we're vibing. We're listening to the streets. We'll have an episode at the end of Madrid as well. I believe we're not going to be able to fit another one in, right, Kurt? So I think that we're just going to wrap things up at the end of Madrid after all of the matches have happened. It's a fairly short event as well. And then we'll have all of the juice.
It's
and
in
we'll have all of the
10 day.
knowledge then, too.
14 to
See
24.
how
So-
dumb we look.
Cool.
Yeah. So let's end things with the most important segment of the week. It's Wyatt's Weekly Award.
Sage down. Headshot. Oh, hey. Didn't see you there. That's why it's weekly. Oh, shit.
Classic. Taking us back to God knows what year that is. I can't even. I mean,
Incredible.
that was at the
That
house
was the
in
old
2021, I
LA.
think.
That was a COVID
Yeah.
house.
2020?
2020 in the LA house.
Holy
time
shit.
flies now. We're getting old out here.
That's
Crazy.
4 years ago.
I have a sleeper pick for this
Okay.
weekly award this week. People that are listening to this, they might be like, who? But I am giving the award this week to one of the GOAT producers, Pine, for GC this past week. The Game Changers Stage 1 was happening all this past week, and they did a fantastic job with the entire production. It was a joy to work the event. And there were some fantastic matches too, if you haven't checked it out. But yeah, that is my sleeper pick for one of the producer GOATs in Valorant for making it a fantastic experience. And there you go.
For those
Good
that don't know,
choice.
she pretty much I mean not solo produced, obviously there's a team, but did most of the stuff for Game Changers. And also when it was Challengers in 2020 and 2021, she also did all that. Yeah. I can't believe I fucking live with a White's Weekly Award winner. That's actually the biggest thing to ever happen to me, possibly.
Golden Boy always introduces you as award-winning analyst, and now can introduce you as lives in a household with another Wyatt Weekly Award winner. She's an analyst. It's more of a mouthful. It must be said. Okay, well, that does it for us in episode 170 then. Just a reminder, shout out to the sponsor, which was Into the AM. You can use code PLATCHAT for 10% off. We talked about them earlier on in the episode. And we'll see you at the end of Madrid. For the wrap-up episode, and when we obviously know who will win, because we're in the future. Bye!
Okay. Let's see if PUBG is up again. Was interesting. Is Babaji launching? Hello? The fuck is happening? Nice meme. Are the servers back up? I need a background. Nice. What the fuck is happening? Oh my god. Test. Okay. Fixed. We'll see. So tomorrow, I mean, today is the 12th, but it's gonna be the 13th. Tomorrow is the 13th, so not tomorrow, the day after, the 14th. So I have to do some stuff tomorrow on the 13th and do all my prep. I need to prep a new like scenes and shit. Try to get some clean stuff. Yeah. So no, look at that. The server still in maintenance. I'm gonna check on the website. Yeah, so still in maintenance. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break, go eat something. Probably like something like 20 minutes, I don't know. Because I have some prep to do and stuff. And yeah, I'll be right back. Do I still have my be right back? Oh, I still do. Yeah. I have my BRB soon. Sorry. Yeah, I'll be right back. Yo. I'm back. I'm gonna check if it's gonna be down for long. It's not like stated. I'm gonna relaunch the game just to in case. I almost like pause for an hour. Damn. I thought it was gonna be 20 minutes, but between like cooking, eating, and shit. Sorry. Well, this I'm just gonna stop, I think. Just gonna cut it. I'm gonna check Twitter quickly. I don't know if they have Twitter. Um, they must have. PVG. Meow 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 meow. I don't know. I don't see it on their website and I don't see it on Twitter, so I don't know. I guess we play a bit of PoE because my Vanguard is off, so I can't start fucking Valorant. And PUBG is out. I don't wanna play like a slow strategy game. 'Cause it's gonna take like too much time. I don't know. You know what? I think I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna check if CS like runs. 'Cause I don't think it's gonna run. So apparently they changed like the fucking keyboard association for like non-American keyboards, which means I have to check my binds and shit. I wanna know if my PC is dying though. Cause with that fucking game, it's like it looks okay. Now my GPU is dying. I don't think I can play it. Yeah, it's crazy, man. How it went from a playable game to just some fucking shit that's just gonna melt your fucking computer, fucking GPU and shit. Like, fuck CS, I guess. Um, I don't want to go into a new game. I guess it's PoE. Huh? There is only one game. And it's weird that like PoE has set up to run on like my config, but fucking CS just doesn't run on shit. Downloading the fucking patch note. So we have the reveal of PoE in basically a week. A little bit more than a week. Which is really nice. But I think it's gonna be during some games. It's gonna be during some games. Let me see the schedule. Oh, we can't see the schedule for the 21st. But the last games of the Swiss are the 18th, and I think there is a break, and I think it starts back. I think there is a 2-day break on the 19th and the 20th. Mission VLR, Madrid. Switch stage matches. Yeah, the last Swiss are Monday, 18th of March, March the 18th, and the main stage, the playoff. Yeah, they start the 21st at 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. So probably during the PPOE announcement, which I think is at like 9 p.m. So even with a 2, it's gonna be short. I'll probably watch it on the side, but I don't know. That's a little bit annoying, though. Let me see. Yeah, it's 1 p.m., March 21st, but it's PDT. So yeah, it's 21. It's 9 p.m. for me. Fuck. I was gonna say I'm gonna react to it later, but like um yeah, I should end it. I'm not really in the mood for PO either. Actually, I'm gonna call it. Fuck it. See you tomorrow. Actually, yeah. have some stuff to do, a lot of stuff to do actually. But yeah, see you tomorrow. Stay safe. And yeah, getting happy for Master Madrid. Bye bye.